Welcome back all to another stream in Permadeath. This is episode number 12. Well, it's about 14, but there was a few hiccups in between. It's episode number 12. We're going to continue Stasis device farm, bit of exploration, obviously a couple of galaxy jumps as well, and yeah, just nice and chilled today, nice and relaxed. And let's see how it goes. I'm just going to do some sound checks first, so just bear with me. So number 12, we're going to continue Stasis device. Farm, bit of exploration, obviously a couple of galaxy jumps. Quick test on the sound check. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Planet, planet, planet. Galaxy jump, galaxy jump. Test on the sound check. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Planet, planet, planet. Galaxy jump, galaxy jump. Yeah, okay, so we're all good. Just seeing what it's like on the stream. Right, so let's see where we got up to. Starships, bits and bobs here. Get this in here. Get this in here. Is the freighter here? No. Get this.
Received.
Hi idiot, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the live chat. I've been watching these streams back because I'm using it as a Stasis farm tutorial. Yeah, feel free to re-watch them and stuff. Just this is just obviously very basic Stasis device farm, nothing fancy. Does the job.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units
Let's see what he's got for missions. Pick these up. So I'm just going to collect some bits from one of the farms quickly. Yeah, I think it's this one. So you'll see here, with one click of a button, do you remember I glitched over 100 plants in, you'll get 7. So yeah, 5,650, and then right, so in actual fact, I'm going to make more of these.
Weather update. Storm
So I need
clearing.
some phosphorus. Let's call the freighter in a minute. Yeah. How many can I build? Only 40. Right, I need some more phosphorus. I'm just going to do some space station jumping because I need to get some phosphorus. So I'm going to go all the way back to here. Sparky Spark, afternoon. Never thought to glitch plants. Yeah, it's quite handy that it saves a lot of space and a lot of time. Plant thing is a game changer. How many domes do you have, V's? How many would you have without glitching? Yeah, that's the thing. And the thing is as well is each base part has its own complexity limit or own complexity value. So for instance, a wire, which is obviously very basic, may have a complexity value of 2, but a biodome, because it's very complex with interactable parts in it, such as that thing that you click that collects everything, because it's glass, because it has reflections, and because it's quite complex, the complexity limit of a biodome, I'm not sure offhand exactly what it is, and I'll probably be corrected for this, but it's around 25 compared to a wire which is around 2. So what you'll find is, because those sort of base parts have a much higher base complexity limit, if you have a lot of those installed very close to one another, you'll run into some problems, like with stuff just basically glitching out. You'll run into some issues with it taking a while to render in, and so on and so on. So not only does it kind of save time and helps with aesthetics, because you're not building dozens of biodomes, it also helps with actually helping the game remain stable, because you're not building a lot of those biodomes. Like you can't have you can't expect to build 3,000 biodomes and upload that to a server. That's not how it works. You do get 3,000 parts, but I'm fairly certain that you wouldn't be able to upload 3,000 biodomes to the server for people to visit because they're quite complex. Right, yep, I'll take that phosphorus. I need that. I need some dioxide as well. So I'm going to keep jumping again until I get some dioxide. Because I need that to plant a few more frost crystal plants. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to... I will then need to find more star bowl, more gamma weed, some Phaceum, like poo basically, which I'll get just by going to a rainy planet, like a swamp planet, and just dig for that. It's the easiest thing to do. And then I'm pretty much set to go really. I need to change this multi-tool. So I'll change that to this one. Yeah, you've got to you have to have a cold planet. I mean, if you can refine like nitrogen into sulfurine, sulfurine into radon, or you start with, I can't remember offhand what order it is, but there is a process where you can basically refine all those three gases into those three gases just from using one gas. So you might start with radon, and then that refines into sulfurine, and then sulfurine then refines into nitrogen. I'm not sure on the order of that, but one of those you start with, which then refines into another, and then another. So you can get away with just having everything on one planet, but doing that is an extremely long-winded process. If you've got a lot of time and you can be bothered kind of refining and doing all of that crap with it, then, you know, good luck to you. You're more than welcome to do that. But the easiest way is just to have three bases set up on a cold planet, a hot planet, and a lush planet, and that's where all your gases are. And then on each of those planets, have two of the plants that you need to combine to make one part of the stasis device, and then on all of those, or just one of those, you either have oxygen and carbon farm with just a load of refiners and basically a load of oxygen and carbon stored somewhere, and then you can refine that into condensed carbon, or just do derelict freight emissions, which is what I'm going to do. And you'll need, if you're worried about the metals, you'll need to get ionized cobalt, which is made from using oxygen and cobalt. So you might need a cobalt farm on one of those planets. But for me, the only reason why you really need cobalt is to make iridescite, one of the most valuable minerals. And you do that by combining three separate metals. And ionized cobalt is used to make those three separate metals to make iridesite. So instead of doing that, all I do is send frigates out on missions daily, because they always come back generally with iridesite. You can also get it from doing missions, and you can also get it from scrapping ships. And without me using cobalt in a farm, I will have a whole storage container full of iridesite just by sending frigates out on missions and by scrapping ships to get my nanites. I don't need to worry about that. So I don't bother with that at all. It's just another chunk of the stasis device farm that I can do without, really. And it works for me. I mean, I won't have any issue with making any money and stuff. Right, I should have... I need a little bit more dioxide, so I'm going to do one more system jump. Just go to anywhere we'll do, here we'll do. Yeah, so the cold planet gives... so all planets have oxygen. So that's a given. Like, it doesn't matter what planet you go to, you'll always find the gas oxygen somewhere. And the other thing is, you can, if you've got enough money already, you can just buy ionised cobalt from one of the stations. I mean, look, you get 3,000 and a bit from doing that, and it's much more efficient. I mean, that costs just 1 million, but by doing that, you get 3,500 ionised cobalt, and that will probably in turn convert into tens of millions. So although it's costing you 1.6 million, if you use that to then make whatever you need, if you want to do that to get iridescite, you'll get far much more back from that anyway. So yeah, having a farm dedicated to making ionised cobalt, I think, is a waste of time, because there's loads of ways that you can get your magno gold, your granite, and all the other stuff that you need, uranium, to make that. But yeah, in every planet you get oxygen. But again, look, 3,000 oxygen costs just 140,000 units. So there's no point in farming oxygen from a farm, because you can go to any space station in any rich economy and buy between 3,000 and 4,500 of it at a time for dirt cheap. Like 140,000, like, it's nothing, is it? So there's no point in doing that, and there's no point in doing a cobalt farm, in my opinion. Everyone's going to be different on that. It just saves a lot of time. So I never buy oxygen in this game. The only time that I might even think about buying oxygen is right at the start of the game. But even then, there's no need for it, because I just rely on what do you call it? Life capsules for your shield and all of that, and ion batteries. So once you can get like enough money together, like for a stack of ion batteries is lot 28,000. I mean, that's just going into a cave for 2 minutes and doing a bit of mining will get you that, and then your life support gel, 30,000 for 160. So you don't need a lot of money to essentially stay alive for a very long time. This will last you hours, a stack of these, as opposed to keep having to buy oxygen and keep having to buy sodium and so on and so on. Yeah, I would just buy it. If you're not going to do derelict freighter runs, frigates missions, or ship scrapping, then just buy ionised cobalt from a station and store it. Just store it somewhere. Just keep buying it, so you've got stacks of it, and just store it. And then when you want to come to make your stasis devices, if you need that stuff, you've got it, and you can just get cracking on with making stuff. But you can't buy radon, you can't buy sulfuride, you can't buy nitrogen. There's a lot of things in this game. You can't buy a cryo pump. There's a lot of things that you can't buy that you have to make. But stuff that you can just buy from a station that's needed in the making of a stasis device, just do it. Just buy it, like no one's judging you. There we go. Right.
Product received.
Right, so now I'm going to just plant a few more of these. So let's get back to that base. Hold on a second, what's going on here? Been struggling to find hotspots. Yeah, you will. Sometimes they can be a bit of a pain to find, but you will always find one within 1,000 U. I've played this game for over 4,000 hours, and I never ever build any solar panels or batteries. I purely have always ever just used electromagnetic hotspots, and I've never ever not found one within 1,000 U of the base. You're pretty much guaranteed, like 99.9%, to always find one. What I tend to do is go to the very limit of the base to like 300 U, and then go out kind of a couple of hundred, go around in a circle, sort of 200 out from the 300, so 500 around the base, nothing comes up, then go out another 200, so you're 700 from the base, and do another ring around, and just do it. It's long-winded, but once you find one, it's easy from there. So I'm just going to plant. Same method again, you just literally go around and hover over these things, and then we'll get another 100 of these planted. Out of all the plants that are required to make a stasis device, the ones that you need the most of are these selenium, solar vines, and you will need gamma root as well. You need kind of around 400 of these per device that you're going to make. So you need to plant a lot of these, and the trouble is they both take quite a while to respawn. So you want to build, out of all the plants, the ones you need less of are frost crystal and cactus flesh. But all the others just basically build quite a few of. Because frost crystal, that respawns every hour, so you've pretty much got an unlimited supply of that. But you'll run out of gamma weed and selenium much quicker than the other ones when you're building stasis devices. The one that you need the least of is cactus flesh. So I'll just literally have one dome for the cactus flesh. But I'm going to have 2 domes for the frost crystal, because frost crystal I use not only to make stasis devices but to make glass as well. I just find refining silicate powder in your refiner or a stack, like a row of refiners, to make glass is too long-winded. So I just basically collect a load of frost crystal and just turn that into glass. Hi Iron Dash, how are you? So that, so roughly around 5,500 selenium allowed me to build around 110 new plants. So if you're going to stack domes out, you need roughly over 100 plants per dome to then go ahead and plant another 100 and something plants in the next dome. Now I'm going to do some frost crystal, which I haven't collected yet, so I'll just grab this. This is about 9,000. 12,000. So I can do 200 plants, but I'm not going to build that many. I don't need that many. Probably do 100 in here as well. Yeah, you might have a lot of frost crystal, but I bet you couldn't, before seeing this video, collect 12,000 of them as quickly as pressing a button like that. And that is why I never ever build plants. There's 2 reasons why I never build plant farms now. On like I've done a couple of bases with a couple of different farms of plants, just for aesthetics really, but 2 reasons why I don't bother with that. It's because firstly, they plants and hydroponic trays on a freighter cause a lot of issues with rendering on freighters. It really messes with the base complexity on a freighter. So if you don't want to be falling through floors on freighters and stuff like that, don't build plant farms, because that doesn't help it. Whereas you're fine with most of the other things on there. And secondly, it just takes so long going up and down each hydroponic tray and collecting each plant individually. It's just such a long-winded way of collecting plants when you could just use a biodome on a planet and do this. It's so much more efficient. One teleport and you're there. you know. Doesn't take long. You can do that from your freighter. But I guess that's the beauty of No Man's Sky. You can do what you want, how you want, when you want, in as many different ways as you want. There's more than one way to do most things in this game. And it's just what people want to do. Some people love that grind, and some people love, you know, walking up and down and picking up each individual plant, killing a bit of time. Good luck to them. It's not how I play the game, though. The main reason why I'm getting this Stasis device farm built is because I have a relatively big grind ahead of me, in that I will be trying to find a derelict freighter that's an S-class, that gives S-class modules, just because it's something that another thing that I can say I've done on this save. But that will cost billions. I can tell you now that will cost me well over $1 billion. So I'm doing this now, early on, so that I can get some units together. Hi Subcypher, welcome to the chat. Just continuing on trying to get this Stasis device farm built. We're kind of a third of the way there. I just need to collect a few more plants. I'm going to do a couple of derelict freighter runs on this stream. I'm also going to do some Nexus missions. I need to collect some more plants, get some of the other Stasis device areas built, and a little bit of exploration in between. So nice and chilled, really. Right, I think, how many have I done? Let's have a look. Right, yeah, this is my last lot. I don't need more than, I don't need more than 100 in here. Then any balance I've got I'm going to make into glass. Quick, do that now. Yeah, I've actually never ever fallen through a floor on any of my freighters. Even the most recent one that I built, which has got more than 5,000 parts, way above the base limit. Even that, I've never clipped through the floor on any of my freighters. It's never been a problem for me. But some people definitely do run into that issue. I've seen it logged a lot on social media forums like Facebook and stuff. It is an issue, it is a bug. But that doesn't help it, that's all I'm saying. That if you want a smooth run on a freighter, don't build freighter plants, basically. Am I planning materials for crafting a certain amount of devices? Yeah, I'm sort of winging it as I'm going. Once I've got, like, initially the 3 Stasis device farm bases set up, I'll kind of see how much I can do. What you're limited to more than anything is the gas collection. So however much gas you've got stored limits the amount of Stasis devices that you can make. So the more gas you have, the more of everything else you can do, sort of thing. Glass is quite important because you need 5 glass or or 10 glass, I can't remember, to make living glass. So the stacks here of this glass, when it comes to making stasis devices, that depletes really, really quickly. So you need a lot of glass. It's one of the key components there. Right, Starbolt 500. Is that all I've got? Plus this. Right, so that's definitely needs some more of that. I'll keep the phosphorus stored for the moment in case I need more of that. Don't think I will, but just in case. Keep some of this dioxide stored. Most of this stuff in storage here. Once the Stasis device farm is built, it'll all be going. Won't need any of this. Walk back to the captain, yeah. I've had it a couple of times where it's kicked me upwards, strangely, into the top of the freighter when I've walked over some of the like floor panels before. But I've never fell through the freighter. Perhaps I'm just lucky on that. This is what you need a lot of, condensed carbon, which is made by combining all this together here. That will do. Right, so this is my heat capacitor farm, and I'll definitely be able to get quite a few built here. So plant wise, don't need any more from here. To get some Starbolt, so I'll do some of that. So this is going to be my nitrogen planet, I think. Yeah, so this is the tropical planet, so this is my nitrogen farm. So in here, this side I need Starbolt, and this side I need cactus flesh. But I'll only need one dome of cactus flesh, because you don't need a lot of that. I think that's right. Let me just double check. Polyfiber, yeah, cactus flesh. So you see that you only need 100 cactus flesh as opposed to 200 star bulb. But the trouble is when you plant cactus flesh in here, you get a lot more cactus flesh than you do when you plant star bulb. So you'll pick up a lot more cactus flesh than star bulb. So because you need less cactus flesh but you get more of it, you need to plant far less. So if I just fill this up with 100 plants, that will be absolutely more than enough to use for a farm. Thank you, Damash. Welcome, good afternoon. Thanks for dropping in for the like. So star bulb, I'll have this one here as star bulb, this one here as star bulb. I'll have one on the end here as star bulb, and that one there as star bulb, because you need a lot of that. So let's go and get some. Let's go and collect some now. Hopefully one of these other planets is a desert planet, so I can get some cactus flesh from the same system. And if you cheat and if you dupe, you can obviously just get a stack of this, go into the anomaly and dupe away, rather than having to go around and collecting some. Hopefully we'll run into some big clusters of it. But even when you collect it from the wild here, look, I'm only getting kind of 15 to 20 a plant, whereas cactus flesh you'll get like 100 or more. Hi Zoo, afternoon. Hope all is good. Hi Crash Tests. Welcome everybody. Just quickly grab these. Just a bit of extra cash, isn't it? And you'll see now I've upgraded this S-Class tool like really well. Look at my meter on the top right. It's hardly moving, is it? I can keep going for ages with this. Doesn't even sniff running out. I'm not even on the orange yet. Just so that I can. The reason why I'm going to build like several different biodomes is because if you do plant like too many in one, it can potentially lead to a crash. Now you have got to build several hundred of it, but I don't know what the actual limit is without testing it. So I'm just happy planting in several different biodomes. And the other advantage with doing that is if you haven't got a lot of inventory space, you can rather than sort of potentially collecting several thousand from each one, like 10,000. If you have some that are just 5,000, you have got a little bit of control on how much you can store then as well, rather than going to one where everything is stored. I'm not sure if it will collect all of it and basically write off any that you can't store, so essentially it will collect the whole lot, but any that you can't store it will just get rid of it, or whether it allows you just to collect what you can actually hold in your inventory, and then it will keep the rest of it in your still in the planter. I don't know how it works, but I can't be bothered sort of messing around with it and testing it, so I'm just happy to do 2 or 3 biodomes with 100 to 150 plants in each, and that'll be enough for me. I'm sure Zane has said that he's got like 700 or 800 plants in one dome before. So you can get a lot. I know you can definitely get a lot more than a couple of hundred. Right, 506. Yeah, still nowhere near enough. I need about 5,000 of this. Still no news on this Expeditions 3 then. Looked like everyone was getting quite hyped for today, from what I could see. That's a shame. I'm kind of getting a bit anxious as to whether we're even going to get one at this point. Yeah, we've never had an update on a Friday. I don't think any game does that really. I've never known it, an update to drop on a Friday. It's funny, it always used to be Tuesdays back in the day. Always tended to get updates and sales and stuff on a Tuesday. Update delayed. Is that just speculation though, or is that kind of official? Update delayed 3 weeks. I saw another tweet earlier today that said that we were due the big update on the 16th of August, because apparently the 16th of August is when No Man's Sky released. But I didn't say anything, but I felt like replying and saying, no, it didn't. It didn't release on the 16th of August, it was the 9th of August, and it didn't even release on all platforms and worldwide on the 9th of August. Some platforms didn't come until November. So that tweet I could straight away see was just bullshit speculation, because it was completely wrong. There's a lot of that at the moment, but it's the hype train, isn't it? Everyone's on board. It's like, choo choo. Here comes the hype train. Yeah, it's the French are loving it at the moment, aren't they? They're always the ones that are getting out this speculation. I didn't even know that they were big in sort of streaming and No Man's Sky and that. Strange that. I just find that really random. Never trust the French is what I say. Well, there's a lot of hazardous plants on this planet, definitely. This would be good for one of those Nexus missions. Right, let's see how much we've got now. 500, 1,000, 2,000. Oh, let's just go and get this stuff planted. Is there any more near here? No. Okay, how much paraffinium do I have? Yeah, that should be enough. Right, so we'll just quickly plant what I've got and collected here, and then we can just kind of wait for it to grow and plant another load in a different stream. But I will need to get some cactus flesh as well, because that takes about 16 hours, I think. I'm not sure, it's a long time though. Welcome to the chat, by the way, Rubus Boo. Rubus Roo. I think I missed you on the on saying hello and welcome. See, we've got a nice amount stored already on all of these. So you need star bulb and paraffinium to make star bulb. So just go to a space station, wait until you see one that has paraffinium for sale, and then just buy a load of it. Go to a rich economy and you'll get sort of 3,000 or 4,000 at a time. But it's the star bulb here that's going to be the bottleneck, holding me back from building quite a few. So same method, just hover this so the game thinks that you're creating a step and therefore thinks it's supposed to delete the plants that are in front of it, but it doesn't. It just keeps the ones there and allows you to build more on top of them. So I only got 45 in there. That's fine. Delete that lot there. And now we've got to get some cactus flesh. And what I'll actually do is I'm just making some condensed carbon because then I can build some of these quickly while I'm here. So I'm not going to be able to build a lot with what I've got at the moment. advantage of playing in normal mode as opposed to survival or permadeath, because you can obviously stack like 1,000 at a time, and it just makes this part of the process a lot less tedious. But to be honest with you, once I get the derelict freighter runs going, I'll have condensed carbon coming out of my ears, so I won't be doing as much of this to build any stasis devices. What? There's an update, is there? There's FTW. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the stream dropping an absolute bombshell. What update? Tell me more. Tell me more. Don't get me hyped, please. Don't get me excited for it to be a bit of speculation. Because if there is an update, I'm tempted to maybe jump straight on that. And put this back to this evening's stream. So I might have another session today because I haven't played for a couple of days. I love a No Man's Sky sesh. The previous one. What do you mean by the previous one? Expeditions 2? Right, so when you say you're referring to the current one, is this Expeditions 3? Is this a new update that's hit today? Oh, Expeditions 2. Yeah, no, I've already done that one. That was a month or so ago. This is a permadeath run. This isn't Expeditions. Right, that's selenium. What's this one? Need some cactus flesh. Frost crystal. Fungal mould. You don't need fungal mould at all for a stasis device. Fungal mould is used for making fusion igniters, which is the other one. There we go. Cactus flesh. Go and grab some of this. See, I could make a cobalt farm here if I wanted to make a cobalt farm or a pyrite farm. But yeah, there's just no need. This is just a new permadeath save. You can't you can only play normal mode. Once you've done expeditions, I'm pretty sure that just transfers to a normal play, like a normal mode. But this is permadeath, so this is a new permadeath run.
Hostile scan detected. Warning. Threat detected.
Yeah, this permadeath playthrough here, this sort of let's play if you like. This was started about 2 weeks ago. This is, I think, the 12th episode. This won't take long because you don't need to collect a huge amount of this stuff, and it is generally really well placed as well. You get big clusters of it like here, so you'll always get a lot in each collection. You can see this stuff from a mile away. It's great, it's huge. But you'll see what I mean. So each plant I'm knocking on like 60 to 100, whereas most of the other plants you get way less than that. So I'll show you in a minute. I mean, it took about 15 minutes or 20 minutes earlier on to collect around 2,500 star bulb. But in one run, one cluster of this, I won't be a million miles away from that. So it took about 15 different finds. So 500, 1,000, 2,000. So I've almost got as much cactus flesh from just that one cluster there than that 15 to 20 minutes of searching, visiting various clusters of starbulb earlier on. The yield on cactus flesh is really high. Yeah, cactus flesh is frost crystal and cactus flesh are quite easy. The ones that you need a lot of is selenium, starbulb, and gammaweed. With gammaweed and selenium and gammaweed using the most of anything. So if you're going to build farms for a stasis device, you just need to make sure that out of all the plants, you've got much more of selenium and gammaweed available compared to all the rest, because you're going to be using much more of that each time, and you don't get as much of it returned as you do with all the other plants. Closely followed by starbulb. That can be a pain as well. But you'll only be using starbulb to mix with this plant here, so you don't need a huge amount of starbulb. This little thing trying to attack me. Get out of it, his mate's come over now as well. Oh, there's the dad. That's it, run away, you tar. Right, I shouldn't need any more cactus flesh, so I'll go and get that planted. And then that's 2/3 of it done. So once I've planted this, I'll go and do a couple of derelict freighter runs, a couple of Nexus missions, and then just a little bit of galaxy jumping. I'm going to do 2 or 3 galaxy jumps, one after the other, so we can start getting close to Isentam. Because once I get to Isentam, the goal is I'm not going to leave Isentam until I've found a white, lush planet with blue seas, beaches, and a decent Earth-like sky. They definitely exist. I've found several in Isentam. So once I've found that planet, I'm going to obviously make that my permanent land-based planet, find a good place to build, and then once I'm not necessarily going to stay there until I've built the base, but once I've found the planet, I'll then start doing the rest of the galaxy jumps to get to that 255 goal. I saw someone on one of our Facebook groups, it was either yesterday or the day before, he's just finished his 255 galaxy jumps, and it took him 17 days to do it, so it won't take long. You would need geodesite, however you pronounce that. You need this for the other one, the fusion igniter. You need iridesite for stasis devices, and this gen here for fusion igniters. So 81 plants. Oh. Hang on a second. There we go. Right. That'll be more than enough. Yeah, you can stack them. So in the previous streams I've explained it quite well, but essentially all you do is you plant your 13, each biodome holds 13, then get one of these corridors. It doesn't matter what you use, but it needs to be one that would act as a doorway. So I use just this basic one here, and then you just literally you pull the building part up, but you don't need to click it or anything. You just hover it as though you were going to place it on these 3 entrance points on the domes, so that it creates that step. See the step there that it creates? That's all you're looking for, is for it to create the step like that, and then you go back to the plant, and the game thinks that you've built that step there, so it thinks that it needs to remove the plants that were there, but it doesn't. It just keeps the plants that were there and allows you more space to build in that area. So you can just keep stacking as many plants as you like in one biodome. there is a limit before it will crash your system, but on PCs it's like several hundred per biodome. PS4, I would basically just keep testing it every 50 plants. So spend a bit of time, do like 200, and then when you go to collect it, just see how it goes when you collect it, because it's not the actual plants that you're planting that causes the crash. It's the collection of them. So I'll show you what I mean. So when you go to collect the plants, you just click this here. You keep your finger on that, and then once the plants are grown, any plant that's in this biodome, it will collect the whole lot in one go and just put it all into your inventory. So you can collect like thousands with one button. But at that point there, once you collect, that point is where it will crash, because it will just see that you're trying to move and store thousands of different items into one area, and I guess it's just too much for older gen consoles to handle, like with RAM or whatever. I don't know the ins and outs of the technical reason why, but it's at that point there when you collect it that causes the crash. It's not the actual doing what I'm doing here that's the issue. So yeah, so now there's 80 plants in there. There's only 40 in here, but I'll show you what I mean. I'll very quickly, before I do this derelict freighter, I'll go to my, what do you call it, this one, the heat capacitor farm, and I should have had the frost crystal respawn now. And I'll show you what I mean. So like here, let me just do an auto save, because I don't want this yet. So I'm just going to reload a save after this. While I'm here, I'm going to... Why does it keep doing that? That's a bug. It's assuming that I haven't got a base here, so I have to reload a save. That's definitely a bug. It doesn't normally do that. It didn't do it on the last base either. So it's assuming that I'm outside my base computer limit for some reason. And then you do a reload and it's back. Weird. Let me just quickly build these. Where's my refiner gone? There it is. Oh, I need to call the freighter in. Still don't have enough. Right, never mind. Right, so yeah. In here I've got 100 and something plants. In here I've got, again, just over 100 plants. So it's this point here. In fact, that's respawning now, so I'll go back here. So it's this point here that causes the crash. When you go back there, see that 12,000 there? It's that point there that will cause you a problem. So just test it really. Just plant maybe 100, then do 200, then do 300, and just see how you go. And as soon as you get the crash, just reload the save, and then you know where your limit is. So just delete a few of them, and you'll know kind of what your limit is. On a PC, if you've got a decent-ish PC, you'll be able to do like hundreds, at maybe even 1,000 or more. I don't know what the limit is, but yeah, so that's a little tip there. It's quite useful there. So you can just basically completely get rid of hydroponic trays now, because you have to collect plants one by one in that. It just takes forever. Right, so let's get back to the most recent system in Calypso. No, not Calypso. Where are we? Hiatus. Yeah. No problem. That's alright. Yeah, so that's just a nice little tip there. It's just a quality of life change that for when you're farming. Be funny if you could jump on a pet in these and run around on like a T-Rex. So this is where you get your, always do this because you get condensed carbon, 3 repair kits, ferrite dust and sodium. And you get a lot of condensed carbon, so you get 300 just for each box. And I'm going to do like, you know, probably 10 or 20 of these, so I'll get tons of condensed carbon. So for the first bunch of stasis devices, I probably won't even need to worry about making any condensed carbon. Collect these as well, if you didn't already know. These little gas things. They only give oxygen or sodium, very small amounts, but if for whatever reason you're struggling, there's a bit of free resources there. Right, I'm going to see if this is an S-Class freighter. It's quite an easy run there. Go on, be lucky. I'm going to do that one once more to get the bulkhead. I'm already in galaxy number 4 at the moment. I'll be making a galaxy jump shortly, yeah. And welcome to the chat, Wixby. So I left Euclid and I'm currently in Hyades, or however you pronounce that at the moment. I'm sure I've just lost that. But galaxy number 4, and I'm going to be making a jump. I'm going to do consecutive jumps in a minute and jump 2 or 3 different galaxies because I want to get to Isentam quite snappy, because I'm going to be probably spending at least several streams in that galaxy looking for a particular type of lush planet. So the quicker I can get there, the better. What you don't want to do on these freighters is see these bits over here. If you go and start messing around over there, or on this side, like there's boxes that you can interact with over there, and like, I think you can collect some stuff. But if you go over there, you've got a very, very high risk of falling through this freighter. It's caught me out a few times, that has, before, and then you have to do everything again. It's got no auto save on these.
Orbital station coordinates received. Captain logs in, get some tainted metal, and then find a portal off to the next galaxy core and rinse repeat for the next 2 galaxies. Oh, that's a good module. So that's the maximum fire rate you can get of 15%, and the one is 2% damage of 3. So 3 is the highest on damage. But I'll definitely replace this one here, and that should push the damage up a little bit. So I'm on nearly 10,000 now. That was 9.3 something, and it's just gone up another 400 because of that module. So what just as a refresher on these here, placing these in the correct position is absolutely crucial. If I was to move this one here, just literally swap these 2 around, look what that goes down to, 8172. If I move this here, 8475. If I move it away from all that, 7415. But just by moving the C to there and this to there, 9710, yeah? So you always want the edges of each of the S-class modules touching another edge of an S-class module, like here, because what it does is the edge here that touches the edge of whatever module is here, it gives it a multiplier. So in this instance, I've got the optical drill in the middle here, which is resources mined plus 50, and by placing an S-class either side of this, so that each one of the S-class module sides is touching this, it means I'm going to get much more resources mined,
and my mining is going to be much more efficient. Most people will put this here so that it's like an L shape with the 3 S's, but I find this is the best way for mining. This is the best setup you can have here for mining, and this is the best you can have for scatter blaster, and then whatever on the rest doesn't really matter. So that's just about that. The barrels you're referring to, are they the ones that have a red light glowing at the top, Rubus Roo? Welcome to the chat, by the way, Rubus Roo. Yeah, you actually make those, so you need to unlock them from the anomaly using salvage data, as you would with like any of the construction parts in there. And it's one of the under storage. It will come under storage. It may even be something that you can sort of build without buying it. It's already automatically in your buildable inventory. But yeah, storage barrels, you just build them. You don't actually collect them from anywhere. And then to access them, you need an Atlas V1 pass. But if you basically get yourself some emerald and some antimatter and stuff, you can just build an Atlas V3 pass like I've done here. And what you can do is just keep this pass on your freighter so that it doesn't take up any inventory space in your suit. And as long as you've got the Atlas Pass V3, that will also open up anything that requires a V1 and a V2. So you only need to keep the V3, and then you can kind of get rid of the other two. So this will unlock absolutely everything in the game, essentially, if you need that. Not everyone uses Atlas Passes. I need them because I do a lot of navigation data collecting, and I do use those storage barrels. So there will be a room pretty much dedicated to that on my freighter of just storage barrels. problem. That's fine. Well, at least you're learning something. Anyway, it hasn't been a complete waste of time watching these streams. But this is all stuff. I mean, you don't get told any of this stuff. It's just stuff that you kind of, over the hundreds of hours that you play, you kind of work out as you're going along, you know. And it's the same as well. You can just keep your ammo stored on your freighter. Like, I've got no ammo, or I've just collected some from that derelict freighter run, but I'll plonk that on there. And so I've got no ammo in any of my inventory at the moment. Nothing in the cargo, nothing in here, but I can still use it, yeah? So as long as you've got stuff stored, not in your storage, but in your main freighter inventory, this stuff here, anything that you put in here, you can access anywhere you like. Even if your freighter isn't in the system that you're in, as long as your freighter has this technology here, the matter beam installed, which is the most important piece of technology in the entire game. This matter beam is by far, in my opinion, it's the most important module you can have installed in this game. It's worth just owning a freighter for this technology module, because with this you can access your storage containers and absolutely everything in the game on the go. But included, as long as you've got this installed, even if your freighter is in the next system along, it's not even in your system, anything that's in here you've got access to. But if your freighter is in a different system, you won't have access to the storage containers until you call it into the system that you're in. But you will always have access to this. So I just store all of the ammo in one section on here, because then it doesn't take up anything on your inventory when you're going around exploring and stuff. You always want as much storage in your suit as you can on the go. And just keep everything else in your freighter or your ship. So that's just another little useful tip there if you didn't already know that. Yeah, I love the early games. For me,
weather warning, incoming storm.
For me, the early game is the most fun thing in this game. The first 10 hours of No Man's Sky is the best part of this game, unless you're a base builder. I love survival games, like real difficult survival games as well, like Frostpunk and stuff like that. And so for me, permadeath in the first 10 hours is the most interesting and fun aspect of this game. I've got no problem with starting new games, whereas there's a lot of people out there that take issue with starting over again, whereas I actually don't mind it because I enjoy it. I enjoy the new challenge again, starting on a different planet with a new biome. I find it quite fun. Yeah, duping is not for me. I haven't done that in a very, very, very long time. I think when it first got discovered, it was sort of, oh, this is quite cool. It was like a fun thing to do. But yeah, I mean, I got bored of that very, very quickly. It's cheating at the end of the day. Yeah, it's a single player and stuff, and you know, you do what you want in a single player game, but just what's the point? You know, you're buying a game for survival and stuff, and for the game mechanics and the game itself.
There's no point in trying to break it, is there? Just a lot of people these days just don't have a lot of patience, do they? That's the trouble. Everything needs to be done yesterday, sort of thing. It's the same all over that, you know. Yeah, flying and everything in this game just comes with a bit of practice. I prefer third person flying to first person. I don't know why. I just like seeing a bit more around as opposed to just sort of focused on what's in front of you. Right, what was I doing? Yeah. So I've got that. I should have everything.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
spam glyph number 0, which is the sun, so that's the first glyph that you get out of 16. If you spam that 12 times into any portal in any galaxy, you'll get within 5,000 light years of this galaxy's centre. Yeah, I play with controller in No Man's Sky. Oh shit. Thought that was going to glitch then. Yeah, controller is what I always play with in No Man's Sky. It's just much more chilled out. And if I want to play like on the big TV, which is what I'm doing now, sprawled out on a really big sofa, but on a PC, you can do it, as opposed to being sat on a desk, sitting upright with a keyboard or mouse for 4 or 5 hours, and spending a fortune on a gaming chair, which still gives you problems. So yeah, I just like the flexibility of. I'm definitely going to be making use of Steam's new handheld gaming device as well. Did you see that? They've released a new. It's becoming available to buy at the end of December of this year. It's called the Steam. AMD's powering it. The Steam Deck. Is it the Steam Deck? No. Yeah, the Steam Deck got announced yesterday. All the tech websites like The Verge and everyone, they're all talking about it today. Looks like a really powerful little device. That it's going to be great. So as long as it isn't going to be kind of restricted to streaming from your home, and you can play games on it locally, like you can store No Man's Sky on it, that's going to be epic. Playing that on the go. The hell is the Galaxy Centre? I've been blind here. Where the hell is the Galaxy Centre? It's down here. Yeah, it looks good. It's going to be in the UK. I think they're pricing it at £349. So it is. Yeah, I think it's quite expensive for a handheld device. But as long as it delivers and it performs, I'd pay that. I did see though that I'm not sure if it's going to be a full HD screen or not though. I'm not sure. I
did see someone, it was actually an article, I saw someone comment that they read it's 720p, but I haven't looked at the actual proper specs of it yet. So that would be a shame. I would have thought by now they'd been sort of using OLED screens, keep that with the way it's all going technology. Right, so there's a dreadnought here if anyone wants it. It's a black and light blue. It's not the bridge that I like. It's the small bridge, but it's a full-size dreadnought. And the glyphs are bottom left of the screen. So that will take you to planet number 1 in this system. And then you can try and get this to spawn. Yeah, I'm always sceptical with these new things. I mean, the Nvidia Shield was brilliant. I mean that piece of software and the piece of kit, the hardware that you get in that package. It's the only so far. I mean, I'm a big media streamer and do a lot of media stuff. I'm into that side of technology as well. And I've tried Fire Sticks, I've tried, you name it, I've tried it in terms of getting true, proper 4K with no problems and no latency, no nothing. And the only device that has even come anywhere close to a perfect experience for streaming games, for streaming films, anything on a 4K TV is the Nvidia Shield. That was absolutely brilliant. So if it's anything like what Nvidia came out with and what they can deliver there, I'd be all over it. But even with that, when it first came out from Nvidia, I was sceptical of it because of the price point. It was really expensive, and it still is. But it's high quality stuff, that high quality piece of kit. Right, let's see if we can get the good one here. Damn it, that's as low as it gets, so we won't be taking that. And what about the fauna here? No, won't be taking that either. Right, time for a galaxy jump. This is quite a nice ship. I found this on this stream. Dark grey with light green and white trim. It's really nice. Alpha Omega Horizon. This is Horizon wing single thruster. Really nice.
Technology recharge.
Oh, you what? What? Said to go here a second ago.
Hostile scan detected.
want to see what that long nose was that just came in there. It's a 3-wing mecha, but I just want to see what colour it is. I wonder if that's white and grey. Go on, be white and grey. Oh my god. It's blue, isn't it? Bright Eagle. It's quite a nice ship though, that. Boom! It's Galaxy number 5 done. On to number 6. So what is number 6? Number 6 is Jamma 2. I think that's how you pronounce it. Jamma 2. Jamma 2 maybe, I don't know. It's number 6 anyway. Then after that we've got Baldanger, that's quite a popular one. Yeah, Baldanger is quite popular. And then number 8 is Kiko Gala. Number 9 is El Tynesleen. And then number 10, my favourite of all galaxies, is number 10, which is Isentown. And that's where we're going to be making a quick pit stop. So this looks like, oh, what colour core is it? Blue? No, green?
Radiation damage detected. Radiation damage detected. Orbital station coordinates received.
So we'll make another quick jump now. Just want to see if these two planets are colliding.
Hostile scan detected. Component repaired. Component repaired. Technology repaired. Component repaired.
come back. There we go.
Technology recharge. 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 Technology recharge.
Got an ice cream man coming, so sorry about the noise. Love an ice cream man round there, we do. From about 2 o'clock onwards, we probably get one every half an hour to an hour. It's ridiculous. Even when it's pissing down with rain outside, we still get them.
Surprising that I'm getting still first contacts at systems which are right on the edge of galaxies, in the top sort of 1 to 10 galaxies. I would have thought a lot of the galaxies around the edge now of the cores, sorry, a lot of the systems around the edge of the cores would already be discovered by now. Considering the game's like 5 years old, with several million players that have sort of played it, still playing, or have played and sort of put it down.
Technology recharge.
And on to the next one. So this one will be galaxy number 7, Budulanger. Budulanger. I think that's how you pronounce it. Budulanger. Number 7.
Cheers, Subcypher. Thanks for joining the stream, mate. Much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your day. You never know, they may break the trend and we could get an update tomorrow, but I highly doubt it.
Orbital station coordinates received.
I'm going to take a very quick 10-minute sort of intermission in a moment. I'm going to take a break because I do need to make quite an important phone call shortly. I've got someone nagging me for something and I need to speak to them. There's a base there. Now that is random. Coming in with someone's base right next to me. I'm going to go and see what this is. That's odd. Right, let's just quickly find a rich economy. And then I'm going to take a break for 10 minutes and then come back and I'm going to do some more plant gathering for the last stage of the Stasis device farm. I'm going to do another 1 or 2 derelict freighter missions, and then I'm going to finish off with one more galaxy jump so that we're only 2 away from Isentam. So in the next stream I'll get straight into Isentam, and then the search for a lush white grass planet begins. And probably make a start on the freighter base. Right, so I'm just going to take a 10-minute break, people. I need to make a phone call. I'm going to get myself a drink. It's boiling here in the UK today. And then I'll crack on with a few more things. I'll probably run the stream through until about 6:30 tonight, maybe just after. And then I'll call it a night. I will be definitely back on tomorrow for quite a lengthy stream again from around 2 o'clock. And hopefully we'll land in Isentam tomorrow, but just 10 minutes and I'll be back. So I'm just going to take a short break. Right, people. Anyone still here? Okay, right. Get this fixed up.
Component repaired. Technology recharge.
It's not a bad ship, it's just horrific colours. Terrible.
So right at the kind of first hour or so of the stream, I mentioned about sort of building up resources to make iridesite. But you can see, look, you get it from scrapping ships, and you also get it from derelict freighter runs, as well as sending out frigates on missions. So essentially, the whole reason why I do ship scrapping for my nanite farming is because not only do you get the nanites, you get a lot of not just iridesite, but you get various components from scrapping ships that go towards making a stasis device. And you also get storage modules. Now you might upgrade your current ship fully to the maximum using storage modules and may not need any more, but I'm kind of always changing my ship. I always, once a month maybe, I see and find a much nicer ship. So I'm always in need of storage modules because I'm always upgrading my ship space. So it's what works for each and every person out there. You know, everyone's got their own way of doing things, but I just find that by scrapping ships, you can build up 50,000 nanites within an hour, which is relatively good. You know, that's still one of the fastest, certainly the top 3 fastest ways to make nanites, but you kill kind of 3 or 4 birds with one stone because you get a lot of extra added benefits with scrapping ships as well, not just the nanites, whereas everything else that you do is purely focused on just making nanites. So you can use this stuff for portals, for activating a portal. I've seen 7 different fighter types now in this system, so there's no more fighters now are going to appear. So I can now move on. And I wouldn't normally, if I'm ship hunting, I don't ship hunt by standing at trade posts or in the space station. I don't even get out of the ship to do that. So this is, I kind of keep an eye out for ships coming in just when I'm scrapping ships for nanites and stuff. So it's not my go-to method for ship hunting, standing in space stations basically. It's too boring. I'm just going to send these out on some missions.
Technology recharge.
what I was saying earlier about frigates missions. So to make a iridescite, you need here we go. So you need Aronium, Magnogold, and granites, or grantine, shall I say? So that would be the reason why you need cobalt and oxygen in a couple of farms within the Stasis device setup to make ionised cobalt, because to make Magnogold and to make Aronium, you need ionised cobalt plus one of the other ground minerals that you can get. So that would be the reason. But by doing freighter missions, you get a lot of granite or grantine, you get a lot of magnogold, and you also get sometimes stacks of up to 10 iridescite. So there isn't really a need, once you get kind of an AI farm set up, to even do these frigate missions, because they don't really net you too much units. But what they do net you is stuff here that can be quite valuable in making stasis devices. All it does is, by taking no real time out of your day to come in and just send your things out on missions, and then once every time you log in, just come in and collect what they've returned. What it does is it just takes an extra step out of the process that you might need to do to make a stasis device. So by sending stuff out on missions, it doesn't make you a lot of money, but it can bring you back some decent resources that you can obviously sell. But I keep these to make iridesite, which you need to make a stasis device. So that's another good thing that they do anyway, that I use them for. Pretty much the only thing that I use them for, to be honest. A good early game frigate missions, but yeah, once you start progressing within the game, I just use them to collect resources for stasis devices. That's it. And Viking daggers. So that is essentially, if I now just stick to Viking systems when I'm looking for portals, I've got 9 portals there, free. I haven't got to go to any trade posts or anything. So that's another thing that they give, which is quite useful. A lot of it gets ignored. A lot of people just sell this stuff on, but you can make some good use out of the stuff that they return. Like indium. I mean, I need some indium now. Just to build one of these bad boys. Cadmium I need as well. See, it does bring back cadmium as well sometimes. Anyway, right, I'll keep this just here for the moment. Move this to this stack. Move this to there. Move that to my exosuits. Right, how many rooms have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4. I shall quickly find the portal, put a base down, and then I'm going to walk back to my last stage of the Stasis device farm, and I need to find some planets with a sea of and gamma root. So what is this one? What does this one have? It's a dead planet. There's 4 in this system somewhere. Gamma root, right. Let's go and do a little bit of a clear up on here.
Technology recharging.
PERMADEATH. Easy peasy pudding and pie. Right, let's go and see what's going on up here.
Hostile scan detected. Hostile ships approaching. Technology recharge. Hostile scan detected. Hostile scan detected.
There we go. Foresee him. That's what I need.
Warning.
Pack my
Threat
planet.
detected. Hostile ships approaching. Hostile ships defeated. Coordinates received. Product received.
How many more glyphs have I got to get? 4. 3 after this one.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
Right, that is my dinner beeping. It's glyph 13. Going to quickly land on the Phaseum planet and then I am going to call it a day there on this stream. So I've only got one more stage to do on the Stasis device. 2 more galaxies to jump to get to Ice and Tam. Got to collect some Phaseum, which I need to combine with this to make lubricant. So as you can see, 400 gamma root per significant, so you need a lot of gamma root. A lot. Thousands. But you only need kind of 50 Facium. So you don't need a lot of that. And it respawns very quickly, Facium as well. Feces. Right, I'm going to call it a day there, peeps. Thank you everybody for joining. Thanks to Subcypher, Des FTW, Zoo, Rubus Roo, Wixby, that's pretty much all I can see at the moment. But thank you for joining. Much appreciated as always. It'd be good if we can get a few more people going in the chat as well during the streams, because that would be quite cool. Because I know I'm a bit conscious I do have some silent periods in between playing and stuff. But I hope you enjoyed that. We got quite a bit done. Looking to get quite a bit done in the next stream, which will be tomorrow. Yeah, enjoy your weekend if I don't see you, and if you don't join any of the streams over the weekend, then fingers crossed we get this update. Enjoy your weekend, enjoy whatever you're doing, eat, drink and sleep, and enjoy the next 48 hours off from the world. Have a good day.